Yeah, let's have some fun. Good morning, Iger. How are you doing? Oh no, Chuck Norris died. Wow, that sucks, man. I'm doing okay, man. I last night I got a little reckless, as you can see by my title. I passed and got a new funded account and immediately put it into my max daily loss. uh, sometimes that happens, and I was kind of getting aggressive last night. But other than that, doing well. After I did that, I stopped touching stuff. Last night was I mean, there's quite a bit of movement happening. So did some good, did some bad. Yeah, it was pretty wiggly just during in here. Started having some nice moves over here. Um, this thing looks like it could be bouncing. I'm gonna go ahead and exit this.
What do you think? I look alright. You look great. Will you marry me? You're too crazy for me.
I had some. I think we could potentially be consolidating down here. Let's see. Japan went well, but then started consolidating. Yeah, took out 100. Nice. Four was more. Check this out. So I was going through like my methodology for these setups that I have here, and I took this one, by the way, and was able to get this first TP. This one was invalidated immediately after we shot through it. But I was working on essentially being able to back test these kinds of setups, because these setups looks like we might be potentially driving further down right now, unfortunately. If we break through this low, I might consider a pullback short. But anyway, I was wanting to essentially get a handle on all the different setups that I would be creating out of here, and so did some kind of reverse engineering off of expansion moves, based on where those expansions happen. Basically, I took all my data and then I cut out where all the expansion moves were, and then tried to reverse engineer potential setups based on order flow. And so now when I generate these setups in the morning, I have like a really nice framework based on probability. I might have gotten the best results I've seen. I mean, here, let me share it with you guys. So let's see, derived from 864 near level moves across 57 trading days. This is stop 25 points. This is generic stops. I won't have generic stops and take profits. But look at these profit factors and win rates. I mean, these are pretty nuts. So this one, trap, buy plus short, and these level types are the levels that I track. So this one averages 41.8 points, 22.7 profit factor. Small amount of trades, but so this happens, pretty rarely, but when it does, it's got a 92% win rate. This one has an average of 1.6 setups per day, and it's got an 83% win rate and a profit factor of 8. So on and so forth. These are really, really good results for backtesting. I know. And so anyway, the conclusion, I came to is it's really, really, I'm pursuing, being able to turn these setups into, an automated trading system. And it's worth it. I mean, I've been spending quite a bit of time on it, and I think one of the reasons I'm getting such good results out of this is because essentially what I'm doing is looking for specific levels and then specific order flow patterns at those levels, and it's creating a really, really nice recipe for good setups. So anyway, I'll obviously keep everybody updated on that, but I was super excited to see that because I've finally got my data, to a level where I can do stuff like this, where I can essentially what it's doing, or what I'm doing is I'm looking for not only the levels, but then order flow signatures that happen either prior to a move at that level or during that move at that level. And it's a tough thing to backtest because it's not a strictly mechanical setup. It's based on patterns and the types of levels and an order flow, and so it makes it difficult to backtest. But I finally got my data to a point where I can backtest it properly, and these results are super, super, I was really, really happy with these results. So I'm going to keep working on it, and sharing with you guys. But, this trade here this morning played out. This one was invalidated here. And also, that monitor that I have running, this is essentially like the start of being able to automate this. I got here, if you look, setup 3, fired long. So essentially what this does is it has a pre-screening, when it's in the area, it pre-screens it for, particulars on delta, where it is, and then, these kind of flags, right? And then if it passes the test, then I have the order flow data sent to Claude for a quick analysis of the past 10 bars. And it'll spit this right back at me within probably 10 seconds. So it's the start of being able to automate this. It's not quite there yet, but it's really exciting because if I can have these 3 setups going on, let's say I separate it out to different accounts. You're testing the 3 setups. That's what you're referring to. Yeah, Frazi. So testing 3 setups, and so I've made the setup generation smarter based on the probability and statistics that I got in this back test. So now, basically what where I am in the process right now is making sure that I'm getting the best setups. And after the test yesterday, I created this sheet that now every time these setups are created in the morning, it's using the best of what's available, if that makes sense. So, if we're looking at, these win rates, this trap buy short, if this is available based on what levels are on the chart, also based on, how high that level is rated. So there's a lot that goes into this, but essentially, it's looking for the best setups at the best levels, and if that doesn't exist, it'll drop down to a different one. So if there isn't a short available, for instance, then it would try and do like a buy absorb, or sorry, it would try and do a delta flip long, for instance. And this, has zero point 0.8 setups per day, and averages 27.5 points. And then, obviously you have, the ability to make more off of that, but it's basically taking all of this information, all this data, and then saying what's available today. Let's create the top 3 setups for today. So I have the creation of it optimized, based on this data. Stop loss, take profit, all that will be optimized based on the data as well. And then in addition to that, it is then tracking, the win rate, whether or not it actually hits, it loses, it never fires, it never triggers. And then it will track, did it get stopped out? How much did it get stopped out by? After it got stopped out, did it go and run and hit the take profit? So essentially it's like a self-improving model right now that's goal is to give the best setups and then factor into the equation whether or not the setups were good, bad, if they need adjustments, and then in addition to that, self-adjusting the monitor. So like that monitor that is going to be key to being able to not only it's not just enter blindly in these areas, it's look for, specific order flow signatures in here. Like this, the reason this fired off in here is because we had absorption down here and followed by aggression. So it's improving on how, the setups it's going to give me, and then it's also improving on the detection of triggers. So super, super excited about it. I've been plugged into the matrix working on this stuff, but I think it's really going to be worth it. And then eventually, it would be great to be able to have just a group of accounts that's trading this and strictly this. And maybe it takes a setup a day, maybe it takes 2 setups a day, but it will have a pretty damn high win rate. The executions will be key. Yes, Frazzy, exactly. That it's self-learning. Excited to see this develop. Yeah, thanks, Frazzy. Me too. Obviously, you're gonna see the data, and you'll be able to, kind of test it along with me. Monster, good morning, man. Open a short on the last candle's high paper trade. Looks like you're with the trend here, is what it looks like. So good. This is, my according to my data, the next meaningful support is 24,200. I took some screenshots last night. I was getting aggressive, and I'll show you what it was looking like as I was getting aggressive, and I pass on the evals doing it, but then it's hard to sometimes shake yourself out of when you start trading like that. Let me show you. And to be honest, I sometimes I like being aggressive, and I it's pretty rare that I do it on stream because it can tend to spiral. But with evals, I think like I might. I'm just thinking about maybe having a day where I can trade some evals aggressively, and pass them in a couple days. Kind of like when I was trading gold, but you guys also know that can get you in trouble too. Yeah, here's an example. I would take a trade, large size, and then I would just go break even quickly, and it was you know that'll work great until the market starts getting kind of gross, and that's what happened. That's how I was kind of in that mode, and then past that eval got new funded, and it's like you get a new funded account, shiny new toy, and you play with it until you break it. Yeah, Iger, yep, up top there, that's when it started really getting aggressive to the short side. So like trying to take bounces long, like they would bounce and then they would just come right back down. Yes. And so just to kind of explain how this this generate the setup generation works, it's not like I'm not putting all my faith in AI. It's all data backed. So I'm not like hey, look at the market and give me three setups. It's I mean, you guys probably know by now that I'm I'm a big data nerd, and so there's a lot of data crunching that happens in the background, and then it's like based on these setups that are proven to have nice success rates and are profitable, what's available today, if that makes sense. Monster, did you stay up all night trading or what? I guess you're on a different time zone. feel so shit being tired and then being out in a bright environment and then going inside where it's completely dark and warm. I feel like I can sleep any second. It doesn't matter if I'm standing here. Dude, sounds like you need sleep. I know the feeling, but it sounds like you need sleep, man. But when I do have the analysis done, I'm using the very best AI, which is for this kind of stuff, which is Claude Opus. I'll use Sonnet for other stuff, but Opus is like the standard setting AI for data analysis. And it's really smart. It's expensive to use, but it's really nice. You slept 7 hours? Okay, that's good. Yeah, 7 hours is not bad. Hey, what's up, Evan? Thanks for the follow. Welcome. And happy Friday, y'all. I told you guys earlier, but I will probably not be on stream Monday, is my guess. I am going to hang out with a childhood friend out in Vail. We're going to go snowboarding, then go see John Summit. And we're going to stay out there in Vail Sunday and then come back on Monday. Yeah, Evan Rafael, are you a futures trader? Crypto trader? What do you trade? Or are you just watching? Good morning, Jan. So looking like we're still kind of consolidating down here. I don't know if I'm trusting long. I wouldn't be trusting any longs until we did something like that. If we do that and then have a pullback here, maybe I'd be interested in taking a long. But right now, everything's looking short. So I think, shorts off the top of this range might work. Scalping. Okay, you're trading gold. Take a look. Look at that dump. So once I have this system dialed in, which I have it pretty damn dialed in, but once I have it, the monitor portion of my system down, I could be running it on gold as well and ES as well. I would just have to duplicate the system. Yo, what's up, Krupp? Happy Friday. Could be a potential long here on gold. Just looking at it, and I know this is a big wide area here, but just looking at this, big push up that we had, this is where it originated from. And would be looking in this area for buyers to potentially be defending gold right here. Let's see what the hourly looks like. Yeah, it's like this is a tough one because, gold obviously, let me get some more data on here. You guys let me know if something happens on NQ. Let's see. I've just kind of been thinking, when is gold going to get back to kind of normal? Because we've had this big sell-off here for a minute, basically all through March. And so I don't know if it's healthy to be looking for bounces on gold. I mean, we've been able to see some nice long opportunities on it, but they've been short-lived. So, I mean, this is I would say a pretty major low that we have here, especially considering this back here. So, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I would say this is a major low here. Could be bouncing off of here, but it's tough. I mean, you're going against all of this, since March started. Throw a dart at it, go short, and you're making money. NQ as NASDAQ? Yeah, Evan, that's what the majority of us trade here. Looking like we could be pushing up. Let's see if we make a new high or come up to this area and then come back down to the range. That's kind of what I would be leaning toward. NQ spiking a little, and luckily put my stop loss to break even to hit a plus 10 minus fees. Nice, monster. So let's see what happens right here. I would probably just be leaning more toward taking a short down to the bottom of this range. Back down to the bottom of the range. But let's see. I might be interested around here. I'm just watching. All right, I'm going to go in for a short here. Looking like it could potentially squeeze, make a new high here. And I'll be ready for it. This area right here, up here, would have been probably a safer entry, but I don't know if we're going to make it back up there. This is based on us potentially just kind of going back and forth and ranging down here. So this is essentially a range scalp. Pony control right underneath us. This might, I might have to take this off manually if we start seeing some support down here. I'm kind of looking at this area over here as a potential area we could have support at 24,260. I start seeing support, I'm gonna get out. I got my hands on the keyboard right now to get out quickly if I need to. Found a little support there, unfortunately. Let's see if this is a bullish move or just a pullback. I'll probably just trail my stop down here, so if it does come all the way back up here, I'm at least, not getting stopped out without putting something in my pocket. I have my finger on the sell button to add right there, and I should have, but that's okay. Support again. I'd like to see this quickly fall through this area. We got the point of control right here. I'd like to get underneath it. Unfortunately, that I think it's still going to come down, but it was just getting too close for comfort, and I added to it. But this over here, I mean, we have a little bit of like symmetry going on over here. So wondering if we're planning on rounding out down here and potentially moving up, but I'm not interested in longs. I just am thinking that could be a possibility that we're coming up here. Yeah, that's right, Frozzy. Triple witching day. Oil and gas hitting highs. Yes, sir. Looks pretty strong here. Let's take a look at the higher time frame on NQ. Looks very bearish. So I don't know if you guys recall, but when we were looking at this yesterday, the thought was that we're coming down here, but if we started bouncing, I believe it was this candle that we were watching. If we bounced here, was kind of anticipating that this could come up here first So we didn't quite get up to this area, but you can see this rollover is pretty aggressive. So kind of anticipating this potentially being another 4-hour expansion candle. We just opened it, 45 minutes ago. So we got small wick on top. Could be looking for a big body down here. Again, that 24,200 is at least, for my data. And my data is a little limited right now also because of the rollover. But 24,200 is the next support level we're looking at. So if you're interested in shorts on NQ, 24,200 might be a good area to target. If we can fall out of this range, which, we've been, able to do that out of consolidations here. If you've been paying attention to how shorts have been moving, we've had a lot of these consolidations on the low end of the day that just start kind of drifting lower and then pick up acceleration, especially when this has happened towards the end of the day, right? It's like starts getting steeper and steeper towards the end of the day. So right here, this rejection here, this could be a potential move that comes and breaks these lows. And now we have sort of a cascading down for the short move down to 200. I'll mark that out. So this could be a setup here. Ideally, you'd want to take, something similar to like the entry I had up here and just hold it with a probably a little wider stop loss. And then you just hold it until it melts down here. I think it could be a setup. This happened overnight, but this is kind of what I was talking about, where you get a consolidation and just kind of starts melting down. Same thing here. This one, for sure, right? Consolidating, start melting down, pull back, and then, really go short. So, just something I think we should be watching out for is this consolidation at the low end, and then we potentially start melting down. But we got a lot of rebalancing happening, and to be honest, I don't know what we should expect, but with triple witching day, but I could see that playing out. This would be I think a tough trade to take because you don't have super good structure in here just yet. All you have is lower lows and lower highs here. We don't have one of these highs taken and then a retest, which makes it difficult to try because essentially you're trying to front run a bounce on this instead of waiting for a break of the structure first, because this essentially is a move down, move back up, pull back, maybe it creates a higher low, and then maybe it breaks that structure. But ideally, out of a move like this, if you're waiting for confirmation that buyers are really interested and this isn't just a pullback, you would want to see these sellers that are pushing it down right now taken out first, and then you get that pullback, and then you can take that long. Otherwise, you run the risk of getting bulldozed by these sellers right now. This is on gold. Nasty price action so far here. Large amount of absorption right here, you can see. Let's do a delta profile on this whole consolidation. Let's see. So yeah, this is that line right there. Is you can see it happening right here too, just not as heavily, but right here is also a level. Looking for long here. What do you think? Even though we're getting this absorption here, and it does look like we could potentially be going for a bounce up here, I'm personally not looking for longs. Now that, like, I had 2 long setups here, they both, well, actually this one played out, this one got invalidated, but now that we're underneath here, I'm very weary of taking longs. I am leaning more toward taking this short down to here, Hogwarts. But you gotta do you, man. Buying SPY calls maybe for Monday. Yeah, right now. So take a look at this. So this is the 4-hour chart. Look at this, like the way that this is increasing in volume and increasing in how large these candles are. It looks like kind of a waterfall. Definitely looking short here. So to me, kind of looks like we're going to be digging in here is what it looks like to me. See how this is a good example. So see how this, look at the volume down here. See how when this came down, we don't have these expanding candles, and we also have decreasing volume here as like each candle gets lower and lower volume, and then notice we bounce from that. Here, it's the opposite. We got increasing volume as we're going down, which means sellers are getting more aggressive. So, if you're looking at it from that standpoint, with the volume and expansion being correlated and sellers getting more aggressive as we reach lower and lower prices, it's just that's not what you want to see if you're trying to take a reversal, typically. You would want to see something like that. Or this, for instance, see how this candle is very large and then this candle is very small. and then we get a bounce up. And it's not, it's not always going to play out like that. You might have other factors that would impact it, but if you're trying to look at this, especially like on a daily basis or longer time frame, for moves like that, obviously you want probability to be in your favor. So if you start seeing something that goes against, taking longs here, and again, Hogwarts, if you see stuff that I don't see, then and you like the setup, then take it. But that's what I would be looking at, especially if I'm doing something, like options, where it's like you want to be able to have probability in your favor and set it and forget it, right? Looks like we're coming down on NQ right now. I might be willing to take a short out of here just as a potential breakout. I think I'm going to take it. So I'll target this 24,200. I'll give it a pretty wide stop up here, I think. About 30 points. Pretty big recovery here. It's looking like it's coming from my stop. That was a pretty unusual recovery. Might be interested in reshorting up here. I don't believe that was a bullish move. But if it is, we find support down here and we go break these highs, then I'll probably sit on my hands for a second and kind of change my analysis. But I believe that was I believe that was a quick move up, not a bullish move. I think it was a quick move up to continue going short. It was just tricky. That's, the downside of trying to take breakout trades. I would probably prefer this high here, but I could just be giving it more rope to hang me. This might be, more meaningful than I anticipated. Considering adding here, but I mean, we're getting little spikes in here that I'm not super comfortable with. Definitely lingering up here a bit, you know. Doesn't not a trade that gives you the warm and fuzzies immediately since we have this consolidation, but it's looking like it's going to work out. Not after that. Looking a little scary. Wow. Two quick big losses. I don't know what to make of this, so I'm going to sit on my hands for a second. I'm going to set a little 10-minute timer so I don't get pissed off. So I'm following my rules here. So I don't know. Let's see. I might be changing my narrative here if this continues to be bullish. Staying under here. Staying under here. This might be the entry for shorts, but let's see what we do. But this would definitely be, I would say, a potential short entry up here. Monster, you sent me something on Discord. Let me check it out. Yeah, you're looking at that previous, is it the previous weekly low there, providing support? Hey, welcome, Vlad. Glad. Happy Friday. And good morning. Yeah, Monster, that's, is that the previous weekly low that you're looking at? Let me see. I definitely have some levels over here. Somebody look. Yeah, in here. Could see that, could see this playing support, but I guess my thought was we're gonna dig in. We're gonna dig in. I was looking at this midpoint, so this first 24,200, and then potentially this midpoint here is what I was looking at, potentially digging into. But it doesn't mean we can't bounce from here. That was just, I mean. Look at what we're doing here. We kind of respected these highs right here. It just, it didn't respect my stop loss is all. So I think we could see this come down. I'm gonna stay out though. Got stopped out quickly twice, and The market wants to play with my heart today. That's okay. That to me was like an intentional. I mean, think about. I don't know. That was just a dickhead move right here. The trades. I mean, I think the trade is going to work out. I just took it at the wrong spot, so it's my fault. Really, it should have been kind of based on. It should have been based on these highs or up here. But there have been, entries that you can catch, breaking out to the short side where it doesn't bounce aggressively like that. It just once it breaks through, it just starts melting. And so I think my entry there was hasty, thinking, okay, this could start moving really quickly. And really, I just should have been more patient here to see how we're going to react after breaking. This was the initial reaction. So my guess is that had I waited, I would have taken that second entry, but I wouldn't, if I waited, I wouldn't have taken the first entry. So it would have been one stop out. Or potentially up here, if it was my first entry, I stop loss up here is probably the right move. Could have a potential re-short entry here. I still got some minutes on my timer. I got 5 minutes of jail time. But this could be a potential re-entry short here. But now I want to watch this. Because we had a pretty violent reaction there. My initial thought was this is probably just to, I don't want to make it seem like I don't want to personify the market in that way to say that, it just wants to stop everybody out, but this is a tricky move. And to me, what it looks like was after breaking this low here, we're not really bouncing and starting to go bullish. It looked like this was essentially just a pullback. But I could be wrong. Let's see. So after we return to this, let's just call it the value area low here. I mean, we did have another bounce here, but again, I just anticipating that this bounce that we're having is another pullback, and then we're gonna do this move. Also, probably just need to not ignore that there's a small piece of evidence that there is, the intention of potentially supporting this down here with these passive buyers. It's there. We got, support down here, absorption down here. But we also have sellers continuing to grind into this area. So I think the structure and the grind down is leaning more towards a short move than it is a bounce. Nice, Monster. Yeah, I mean that's the challenge with paper trading is you'll get yourself in a where you question what you're doing. Why you're not taking it in a real account? So considering the range we're in and considering what just happened, how we bounced off of here, came all the way back to the top of the range, came back down. Considering that, the safest moves are probably going to happen on the edges of this range. Hey, good morning, Arcane Angles. Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you if you were watching, but I tried to short this twice and got stopped out real quick. So yeah, that's I'm with you on that. Unfortunately, I just got stopped out twice. And you can see here, that's kind of what I'm looking at here. There's a potential short to this area. Arcane, I'm happy to give my ideas, but I mean that's I'm streaming, so I'm not really gonna be in there typing most likely. But feel free to share. I'll I'll take a screenshot of what I got here though. I think we could see this come up just shy of, let's say, just shy of these highs right here and potentially fall short. I think if I'm going to take this short, it's either going to be up here or up here. But definitely surprised by, I would say, the kind of response from buyers. So I don't know if it's going to be too hasty to hop back in this short after seeing this price action too. But the look. This is the thing I'm noticing right now is when we're getting these bounces, it looks pretty strong. That looks pretty strong right there. This looks pretty strong. That looks pretty strong. But immediately it's just met by these sellers up here. So it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that this is real, strength coming into the market and it's going to sustain when immediately once we hit these areas, it just goes boom. So I don't know. I think range trading this is probably the safer move. Did you read about the message I sent before I started talking about the trade? You can also just be deaf. So sorry if you did. Let me check it out before you start talking about the trade. Let me know when it looks bullish. All right, Hogwarts. I'll let you know if I think it looks bullish. Monster, let me check out. Let me see what you said. No, I don't see. Can you copy and paste it? I don't see it. For all you gamers out there, Crimson Desert just came out last night. I did not get it because I was working on, all the stuff I was talking about earlier. But it's Friday. I might be playing that shit today. I'm this close to buying an eval. It's so tempting. Would it be stupid to buy one right now? No, I don't think it's stupid. I'll be honest with you. Since you're trading NQ or MNQ now, or you're trading the Nasdaq 100 USDT. Since you're trading that, I would. If I were you, I would rather trade the actual futures contracts versus the tokenized NQ or Nasdaq. So, yeah, man, I don't think it's dumb. I mean, here's the deal. Everybody's got to kind of make up, their mind on what they're willing to invest into trading, and trading the right instrument, I think, is a pretty important one, I would say. so that you have the real volume happening. Because you saw the other day how like after the market closed, it just dumped, and that was weird because NQ didn't do that. So, is it worth it? I think it's worth it, but it depends on your income. Depends on, if it's money you're supposed to be using on groceries, don't do it, because the likelihood of you passing and getting a payout is going to be slim. But I'll be honest with you, Monster. Are you using TradingView to place your trades? It looks like you are. So you could actually do the same thing on Trade-Ovate, but I would probably recommend you do something like you do TradeC, which is their platform, which is going to give you much better data. Like it's going to be faster and more responsive. Yeah, Monster. So if you go either the futures desk is going to be more difficult to pass. Futures desk. I think you get deep charts or Trade-Ovate. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, the futures desk. I mean, as far as like, I don't know. The futures desk is up there with the best of them. I love the futures desk. I also love Lucid. It depends on what you're looking for. The futures desk is going to be more difficult to pass. It'll take you longer to pass. Not necessarily a bad thing though, for you to space it out and go slowly. So that's the futures desk. Lucid, faster. You could pass it. Yeah, Frazi, you're in jail. I just left jail, so I feel you. But yeah, so anyway, Monster, I think you should, if your income supports it, start trading the right instrument. Don't trade NASDAQ tokenized. I don't know. I mean that would be what I would recommend. If you want to trade the NASDAQ, trade NQ future or MNQ. Don't trade NQ. Trade MNQ. Looking at 50K eval with your promo code, 50% off. Yeah. Yeah, man, 50% off. You can't beat that. And then, TradeC, dude. I think you should do it. Only if your income supports it. If you're using rent money or grocery money, don't do it. Yeah, Frazi said no longs broke your rule. Yeah, looks like NQ wants to play some games today, some consolidation games. Do you get level 2 data on Lucid with the account? Not that I know of, Iger. You'd have to verify though. Maybe with maybe with TradeC. I don't know. I haven't used TradeC, so I'm not sure. Taking out a lien on the house for it because Trader Daddy told me to. Do it. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, by the way? Happy Friday. First, I got to rent a Ferrari. That's step one. It would definitely be a Ferrari over a Lambo if I was going to do that. Not lease it, rent it, just long enough for some Insta posts. Yeah, that sounds pretty sick. Pretty sick. Rent it, take some pictures. Man, look at this thing. Look at this thing. I'm in short. I'll add if it comes up here. Get back down. I'm gonna take it off. It's just, like it's being so squirrely right now. I wanted to hold it until the bottom here, but right at the point of control last time, if you guys recall, when where did I go short? Was it up here? I think I might have gone short up here, and that's when it got stuck at the point of control, and I didn't want to see that happen. Fuck you, NASDAQ. Oh, shit. I know. That's what I'm talking about. Like when I saw this bounce here, when I was like, I think this is fake. You know what I mean? And it's not fake. It's just not like a real, true intentioned bullish move. It's like it's bullshit that fucks people up. Frosty, no, it's all good, Frosty. I don't care. I don't blame you. I told you guys about how my buddy that I used to trade with, his family, like his wife, and he takes care of his mom, so his mom lives with him. But I was over there, just chatting with him, having some drinks, and talking to his mom and stuff, and she was just saying like, and she's a real nice, sweet lady, but she was just talking about how my buddy just would get pissed off, and she's like, if I hear him in there saying F you, or F that, F this, I know to stay away. Because that's what he would do. And I don't know if you guys have ever done this. I think we've talked about this a couple times, but if you find yourself saying fuck you to the market, like what I've noticed my thing is like when I get pissed off and I'm on tilt, it will typically be fuck you, you're a piece of shit. And sorry for the potty mouth, guys. I'm just trying to let you know what it is. When I get frustrated at the market, that's usually what I say. And if I hear myself say that, it's like, I better chill. I better not touch the damn keyboard, because I'm cussing at the market. If you're cussing at the market, like, you probably need to chill. Probably need to not press any buttons for a second. Ryan, what's up, dude? Been going through it a bit, just busy. Bad week for trading. Had an outside tilt kind of impact trading, so ruined that a bit, but we back. All right, Ryan. Yeah, let's jump back on, dude. You had outside tilt kind of impact trading. You mean something in your personal life that impacted your trading? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it's funny. Pay attention to yourself, and if you find yourself, saying "f you" to the market, it's a good time to lock yourself out. I'm with Monster. Cuss them all. Yeah, sometimes NQ deserves it. Like this candle right here, it deserves it, and now it'll probably go short. You know what I mean? I would not be surprised if following this candle is when we actually make this short move. It would not surprise me one bit. In fact, it would be normal for NQ. Yeah, honestly, just kind of finance stuff kind of stressed me out. So I looked more for home runs and sized up instead of just doing it. I've been doing the whole time. Copy that, Ryan. Definitely been there. So, don't beat yourself up. Just learn from it. But sorry to hear about that, man. I totally understand how that goes when you got financial pressure, and it's just such a difficult thing to do to remain composed when you have outside pressure, whether it's financial pressure, personal pressure, something bad happens. Trading is such a delicate thing. It's such a narrow path to success, but it's built on a house of cards. You know what I mean? One thing can happen wrong and now you're thrown off, and it should be part of everybody's morning routine to like do a check-in with yourself to see how are you feeling. And I know it sounds whack. It sounds, sensitive or whatever, but like doing a little check-in with you to see like just to like give yourself a litmus test. How am I feeling this morning? Am I tired? Am I pissed off? Is this bothering me? And if you do have those things bothering you, I would recommend don't start trading until you work that shit out. Now, how do you work it out? For me, I might stay in the shower for like 30, 45 minutes, just like doing some deep breathing, like spend time being grateful, force yourself to put a smile on your face. And that might sound silly, but if you force yourself to smile, it will actually improve your mood. So I don't know, find whatever works for you, but and if you can't do it, then like if you're checking in with yourself in the morning and you find that you're frustrated, you're tired, you're exhausted, whatever the case may be, and you can't fix it, then it's better to stay off the charts. I promise you that, because those outside factors can really mess you up. But yeah, I mean, everybody's going to be different as it relates to how you're going to, deal with that stress. Go for a run, work out. For me, it's like I will sit in the shower for 30, 45 minutes until I can feel grateful about my life and what's going on. And you might not always be able to find that gratefulness, for your life, and in that moment, it's probably time to stay away from the charts until you can find yourself being grateful for the opportunity to trade, the opportunity to learn every day, the opportunity to pursue, this thing that we're all pursuing that can provide financial freedom. But I would definitely say that, if you, anyway, sorry to hear about that, Ryan. That sucks. But, if you ever need to chat, I'm definitely here to chat. And then if you need to strategize how to create a plan for yourself so that you kind of prevent yourself from doing that in the future, I can help as well. Because I've been through it all. Been through it all. And what I'm referring to is that I've been through all the challenges that come with trading and, financial stress, all that stuff. So. Yeah, daily stops will solve 90% of the problems that most people have, I would say. Yeah, for sure, man. You feel like we're going up from here. Hogwarts, I'm feeling bearish right now. So, I mean, that's also can be an indicator. We kind of all have different takes on the market. It's not clear. Obviously, we're just chopping around. But anytime we pop up here, I'll tell you this much. If we pop up and hit this area, I'm going to look for a short. Looking to just range scalp, dude. Ryan, this is your environment, man. Pretty sure last time you made $100,000 just range scalping when it was doing this. Yeah, gold looks like it could potentially be bouncing. Let's take a look at a lower time frame on gold. I would agree with you, Frazi. If I was gonna long gold, I would want to see it break that structure and then come back for a pullback and then take it long down here. Brucey's time to shine when price action sucks for everyone else. Is your nickname Brucey? No, I haven't seen the longest yard. At least I don't think so. Is Bruce Willis in it? Let me look it up. No, okay. Adam Sandler's in it. Maybe I have seen this. It's been a long time though. Holy shit. But no, I don't remember that quote. Let me see. Okay. I'll have to revisit that one. 62.9 on the pullback. Copy. All right, Frozzy. $62.9, huh? Close enough. You got a TP in mind? $81. Okay. All right, hopefully it starts pumping right here in this zone. So you'll trim for that. Okay, copy that. I'm gonna switch it up here. I actually I feel bad because the other day I was talking about YouTube and how, man, it's such a pain in the ass trying to stream to YouTube. I'm streaming right now on YouTube, but I don't think I have anybody on there. But last time I streamed on there, I did this whole workaround, right? So that I was playing different music to YouTube. So it should be playing with different music right now. And then I got a warning and I was kind of rude to them because I thought that I solved it. I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, I've gone through all these hoops to stream to YouTube and I'm not playing licensed music on there. Well, come to find out I was. So I felt kind of bad for being rude. All right, let's bounce. My only hesitation in wanting to take this down here at this area is I would prefer to see that area broken first and then we come back down. But doesn't mean we can't bounce from here. I hope we do. All right, above your entry now. Let's go. Let's go. Nice expansion candle here. So long is here. Hogwarts. This is gold. But yes, I would say potential long in this area. I still have the same concerns, I think, a little bit with this potentially coming down more. Taking this low out. But we do have a nice higher time frame bounce area. And Hogwarts, I probably... If we come up here, I'll short. If we watch what happens down here around 24,200 and we start looking bullish from here, I would start to think maybe we could go bullish from down here. But let me see. Higher time frame. Yeah, we could be bouncing from down here, but from right here, I'm a little bit weary. Mainly because I'm anticipating if okay, so this is kind of the way I'm looking at it. We've got this big push down, right? Big push down. After this big push down, I'm not really anticipating a bounce coming out of a soft landing. Does that make sense? So if we're falling from all the way up here and coming down here and we're actually truly going to make a bounce, I would anticipate this being like a boom. And then we can bounce instead of like playing patty cakes down here. Like this looks like patty cakes to me. Like it's not violent. This is violent. You know, at a major, this is violent. And if you follow this across, you know, you would want to see something. I mean, that's how I feel about it, at least. Like if I'm looking for a real bounce on a higher time frame that reverses a big move like this, typically not going to look at a low like this and think, oh, we're bouncing from here. I'm looking more for violence. And it doesn't mean we can't just like flip on a dime down here. It just means that probability would be in the favor of having a big move down like this and then seeing people get shaken out. You know, as we're going short, violence ensues. You got people getting out of their long positions down here. And as they're getting out of their long positions, now you have institutions getting long as people are going short, which will create a violent, sharp move like that. That, in addition to just what we look like, you know, on the intraday, is leading me to not think we're just going to bounce from here. It's more like we might do this. Anyway, that's the reason I'm not super convinced that this right here is a bounce, because it's kind of playing patty cakes. And when the market reverses on moves like this, typically it's not playing patty cakes. It's violent. It's getting risky over there on gold. Yeah, getting a little risky over here. Just inverse this gap. Looks like potential new low is inbound. Yeah. Yeah. Now you're ready for the day. Not bad, but poop. Yeah, we can recover. We just got to be patient to where, you know, gold and NQ are not being little brats right now. That it looks like they're both being brats. I wonder if we're gonna fall out of this range right here. I'm taking this short. Looking for potential retrace to point of control, and then man, I got to stop doing these bottom of the range shorts because they're not working. This is gonna squeeze. This is probably gonna squeeze up here. I would anticipate potentially to here, and then it'll probably go short after that. Probably not breaking this high, but coming up here, and then going short. Probably just where my risk tolerance ends. That's common theme for today. It looks like. This looked like it was going short. It immediately bounces long, and then it'll probably go one bounce, two bounce, and then short is my guess. So if you're patient, you're waiting for this entry instead of getting in and being antsy. Are you back in gold? Long? Nice. It's looking like some pretty good structure there. I might add to this at the top here. I think it could still be at risk for doing that second bounce that I was talking about. up here. All right. Looks like this bounce might happen. We might get a squeeze right here. Thinking this could be likely that we come up to like 24,318. After bouncing from down there. Doesn't look ready yet. How are we doing over here on gold? It's being whack. No bueno. All right. NQ is not cooperating. It's looking like it's pumping right now. Still anticipating that one of these two levels is probably going to get hit. Man, I didn't learn my lesson on waiting for this to happen first before trying to short. All right, this level got hit here at 318. So I think we could come down now. Yeah, it looks like more squeeze. think if we stay under 315, this could start moving down. Looking better. Now, every time I try and take a short here, we get delayed here at the point of control too. So, well, maybe it's not done yet. Let's see. Staying under 315 still looks good. Oh no, it's gonna squeeze one more time. Or at least one more time, I should say. Damn. This might not work. It might come all the way up here. That's kind of what it's looking like. It's looking like it wants to keep climbing. I think it's probably going to. It looks like it's not done shaking out. So it's looking kind of like it might want to squeeze violently, maybe up here, and then it'll get the move after I'm basically like can't stand it anymore. I'm reducing here. Bought a funded. Nice, Monster. Congrats, man. I think we're going to do this. Unless it just falls short here and doesn't get the squeeze, but oh, nice. Started working out. Yeah, mine's still grinding up, trying to. You got to be able to withstand a lot of drawdown for these BS moves. Hey, what's up, Osley God? Happy Friday. All right. We're in the area. Come on down. $15. Nice, man. 15 points on gold is nice. I think this looks like it's going to work now. It's just taking its time. Okay, so now that we're kind of in and out of this area, I'm just hoping we don't have like one more violent squeeze and we can start dropping. Getting in this trade here, I mean, it was same thing, right? It looks like it's about to go short, and then immediately it bounces, and then it's doing all this bullshit. I mean, and that's how I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just hold through the drawdown because I don't know. I don't want to sound like an arrogant prick, but just based on what it's been doing, that all of this is not a real move. It's to get up here and then reverse. At least that was what I was anticipating. But it's just you know, that's it's one of the things, if you're going to trade this right now, that like I'm going to have to keep reminding myself of that today. Because, you know, a lot of times I get in a move based on, you know, how it looks in that very moment. You know, I'll get in short because normally if we're grinding up like this into a key level, I would say this big reversal here is a key level. We're grinding up into that key level, falling under the point of control like this. After 1, 2, 3 times hitting this, that's a lot of times a short move, to the bottom of the range. Well, immediately, as soon as it looks like that, as soon as it looks weak right here, it bounces hard. As soon as it looks weak right here, it bounces hard. So I'm just going to have to keep reminding myself of that today. This is looking a little supporty. Really don't want to see it go over this high that it just created. Ideally, not crossing over this high right here, starting to get weak, and we get a quick fallout right here. I have to say though, it's looking like there's potential support right here at 26. So if we fall below 26, it's going to be good. Staying above it is bad. Not good. It might be going for a new high here. Looks like a new high. This might be going for a new high up here. I don't know. I still do not believe we're going long, but I don't want to die on this hill. I'll just get stopped out on this hill. Adam, what's up, man? Monday's first day of trading? Hell yeah, dude. I'm excited for you, man. Oh, monster. How can I see the fees there are on Lucid? You should just be able to look them up. I think that's you go to their like frequently asked questions or whatever the help section is or whatever. Arcane, bro, chill. 20 contracts, too much for Friday. Yeah, maybe, but maybe not. I'm chill. I'm not getting pissed. Maybe a little irritated, but not pissed. So this is starting to look a little different than what I anticipated. A little supporty up here. But I'm gonna hold it, you know. I believe I still believe in this idea that this is not a real bullish move. And I believe, I believe it'll dump. Oh, damn. All right, Adam, have a good one, brother. Let's see. I mean, I could be wrong about this, but my idea is that all of this is essentially BS. This is not a bullish move, and that we're coming down. Looks like it wants a new high. It basically, I think it's got one more like stop run up here. But again, I don't want to like try and force this idea that the short is going to happen if it's changing here. If we go break this high, then I'll probably at the very least reduce here. Probably new high. Man, I just might be wrong on this thing. It'll probably go while I have one contract on. Oh man, you know what I mean? Yeah, Monster, it's probably gonna be like that today. But look at what this did. Let's see if it goes. I'm not gonna say it's gonna go because I've been saying it's gonna go and it's not going. But it pushes you kind of to your limit. That was right at my limit where I was about to abandon the whole thing. I was in one contract, and then that's when it starts moving down. I think that's the way it's going today. Just like this bounce here and then bounce higher. This is really pushing me to my limit here. I don't know. Are we climbing to make a bullish move? That's certainly what it is trying to look like here. I say trying to look like because I don't know. Still don't believe it, but I guess I'll believe it when I'm stopped out of this trade. Let me grab Coda real quick. Give me one sec, Coda. If this goes when I have one on, it'd be really sweet. Sorry, Coda, one sec. Yeah, today might not be the day you want to start your new eval unless you're super small size. All right, I guess I'll just leave it here. I'm gonna grab Coda. Hopefully, you can cheer us up from this BS. What's up, buddy? What you doing? You got a ball? Okay, come on. What's up, bud? Hey. Oh, is that a ball? Wow. Look at that good boy. Come on up. Yeah, that's my good boy. Hi. Yeah, I see that ball. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Hi. Oh, you want to go inside? Okay, you go inside. Yeah, Coda is magic. The market is more stubborn than I am. I did not hold my size, so it'll go while I have 6 on instead of 20. Let's hope it doesn't make a full recovery here. I'm hoping this is just a bounce, a pullback, and then we got more. Would be great if this is the one that goes here. Is that no 24,200 is not a Gex level. According to my data, it's just a meaningful support level is what it says. So I don't know what. Here, I'll tell you what I can do. I can find out for you. Usually it'll be marked out, but it's not here. So let me pull up the sheet. Make sure this isn't gonna like surprise come back on me from 24,300 though. All right. $24,200. Okay. So that's why we have unfinished auction, sweep reclaim, seller absorption, max ask, max bid, imbalance, bar point of control. Let me see. So it being a reaction level, let me see. 25,200. So this score is not only based on, the like why it was highlighted as a nice level, but also the reaction that we've had out of it. Max bid volume node. So my guess is it was flagged probably because it was a max bid volume node, essentially super high absorption right there previously in the data. Yo, what's up, Only C? Yeah, how the fuck can I read that? So I don't read this spreadsheet. I use the spreadsheet for my data. So this is the data that is aggregated. I aggregate everything that happens every single day, every single level, every single price point that has volume. So as I'm looking at the footprint, if you can imagine, essentially everything that happens on the footprint here is what is being taken into consideration in those levels. So when you see volume happening at each level here, it's being recorded in that spreadsheet and then it's being analyzed. And so did you notice how there was only like 4 or 5 of those reaction levels today? That means that 25,200 based on our relative price is a big level. Basically out of all those different thousands of levels, it'll show me like the top 5 levels near price where we could have reactions from, based on that scoring system and all those different reasons. So that's why, 24,200 was a key level, and I don't have to look in that spreadsheet to see that because I have it basically from that spreadsheet. I create, that I have that database, and then that database gets analyzed for what's close around us, and then that's why it's notated here. Expansion lower with no meaningful support until the 24,200 level. So we are getting a little bounce here. But let's see. I feel like I've let a lot of these trades that I could close up, at a nice P&L, because I'm letting it come back to me, but I could see this coming all the way down and actually breaking the low. Monster, by the way, a 50% consistency means I can only get max 50% of my eval target a day. Yes, that's correct. So frustrating, right? That it shook me out of this, sized up, but that's okay. I mean, it was really messing around up here. Looks like we're gaining a little momentum up down here for buyers. I'm probably going to reduce some size. How the trade's been, pretty frustrating today. I would say only C. Been stopped out pretty big on some of these shorts I've been trying to take. And this one, I almost gave up on it up here because I was sized up with 20 micros. And then it kept coming up and I kept reducing size. I was pretty confident that we were going to fall out of this area to the bottom of the range and potentially lower, but it was just, it was testing me. But other than that, man, it's Friday. Had a really good trading week, and, I'm down today, but that's okay. That's all right. Today's a little tricky. We got triple witching day, a lot of readjusting happening today, and so prices being, I would say, trickier than normal. How much is a micro? Like how much does it cost in margin? It depends on the broker. But let me just see if I can find out a margin requirements. Okay, so typically 50 to 100 per contract, but if you're trying to hold overnight, it's 1900 per contract. But yeah, Hogwarts, if you want to trade micros and you want to, you could either do a demo account or you could get an evaluation account. And an evaluation account would be like, I don't know, depending on where you get it from, maybe like $70 to $100. But yeah, Hogwarts. If you're brand new and you just want to get your feet wet, you can get a practice account. I think I'm just gonna close this. Yeah, week is still good. Did some damage last night. I got a new funded account last night and instantly put it into -1,000. So I'm being probably won't even. I don't know. I took that funded trade just now, but I'm doing all right. Yeah, they sure do, man. This whole move up was a big fu. And if I was willing to hold just a little bit more on the other account, it would have been, it basically would be flipped, and I wouldn't be negative right now. I don't think this is the day. By the way, I did last week. I don't know if you guys recall, but I was short on getting one of my accounts, a payout from one of my accounts. I just took 2 payouts from 2 of my funded accounts, so happy about that. I'm probably not going to. I don't know if I'm going to trade those today. But yeah, I was able to get 2 of them. I should have a third one if today doesn't mess me up. Maybe Monday or Tuesday, which is great. And then this fourth one is I'm gonna have to baby it. Unfortunately, I hate that. I hate having a baby accounts like that. But it's already in drawdown, so. You gotta. I'm gonna have to slow build it back up. Usually, what happens when I'm in drawdown in my funded accounts is I just have to trade them small, and if I trade them small, I can hopefully bring it back, and then I'll bring it back, and then try and get over. Try and build a cushion, and then try and trade a little bit bigger in them, but unfortunately, it's just that if you're in drawdown already in your accounts and you're trying to trade big, there are 2 different schools of thought. One thought is don't change your size because now you're reducing the size of your winners. But my thought is typically is if your trade size is, let's say your trade size is 5% of your account, then keep it at 5% of whatever that account size is. So you can scale up once you get bigger, but if your account size is smaller, scale down so that you're not getting taken out by 2 bad trades. Shit happens when I got stopped out by 1 bloody tick and hit my TP. Yeah, man, that happens to all of us, and especially on days like today. Yeah, you still do 2%. 2% is usually the recommended amount. Depends. Normally do 1%. If you lose 2 trades, you're down for the day. Yeah, that's a really controlled way of operating. And that's typically how professional traders operate. I mean, not necessarily just losing 2% on the day and then quitting, but usually 1 to 2% of risk per trade. It's tough to do that, especially in evaluations, because you might be stuck in an evaluation for a long time. It might take you a long time to pass it, maybe a month. But for sure, in funded accounts, that's kind of, you want to be more safe than you are with an eval. There are days like, the setup is looking juicy, so I take it then and lose. Yeah, really the way to... I'm a big fan of asymmetric bet sizing, and really it depends on how confident you are in the trade and like confident you are in the trade and data that you have on that particular setup. But, being able to risk more on a trade that, makes sense, I think is like you should be doing that as a trader eventually. But then you just got to have some rules around it, right? Hogwarts, double bottom maybe, thinking long in a bit. I'm probably just, I'm probably not the right person to ask if you're looking for confluence on the long or agreement on the long, because I'm still feeling short on this thing, potentially coming down here. I mean, you definitely could have caught some profit going up, but when you look, so when you look at this big move that we did down, I mean, this is aggressive, to the downside. This is aggressive as well. So you gotta look at everything in context. We got multiple legs going down, and every time we go bullish, it's just a pullback. Like, these are all just pullbacks in my eyes. And, if you're looking at this from a structural standpoint, these bullish moves are not the main moves. The main moves are down. Look how much we go down, and then look how much we pull back. That's probably, this is probably 50% here. And then this one is like 25%. So anyway, I'm just not feeling the bullish moves today, and that's why I went so hard on the short, and yeah, bit me in the ass a little bit, but that's I had a lot of conviction on this. Yeah, Hogwarts. Yeah, I would say if you're trying to catch a long hair, you are going to be front running. The fact that we did break these highs right here would at least open up the opportunity to for me to potentially go long, but I wouldn't want to go long. But like I said, Hogwarts, if you're feeling it, do it. Trade with your heart. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I just took it for 20 bucks, the one candle. Nice, man. Well, you know, you felt it and you bought it and you got it. Nice. See if I can go find Mars. I'll be right back. Oh, only see you're gonna watch some anime and chill for a bit. Some fuck from you're fucked from work. Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. I'll try and pop in Monday on your break. Yeah, have a good weekend, only see. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy that time off, man. I'll check you on Monday.
On days like today, when you kind of get some funny business before a move happens. Hogwarts. Dude, why didn't you take this long here? I'm just kidding. But, on days like today when the market is doing a lot of funny business before an actual move happens, just something that can help. And obviously, I have not been doing this today, but I will be for the remainder of the day. Is when you think that there's a setup that's going to happen, wait. And then, once you think, okay, now it looks good, just wait one more time. And you might give it 2 candles, Say, okay, if I'm thinking about taking a move, I'm gonna give it 2 candles, and that can, number one, help you with like if you have FOMO or you're trying to rush into a position, for instance. It can also help with this kind of stuff where it wouldn't have helped in this situation, but when I was going short here, if I would have waited 2 candles here, I would have seen that this nonsense is starting to happen, and I would have waited on probably to enter up here, for instance, or down here when I was like, ooh, this looks like it's going short, and I entered right down here at the wrong time. It immediately bounces, and I would have been like, whoa, okay, I'm gonna wait. And then, so anyway, it's just a little trick you can use if you're finding yourself getting in trades quickly, and then they move in the opposite direction quickly. You can just tell yourself to wait. I think this could potentially be a short setup, but it's not looking super great. Wonder how gold's doing. Let's check it out. It's kind of back and forth right now. Oh, damn. That was a nice long move on gold.
Illness and welfare robbed my adolescence. My friends probably hate me, can't answer a message. Filled with anxiety, always be hiding me. Feeling inadequate's always what's driving me. Not a role model, that's not what I strive to be. Can't go outside, I'm afraid they'd be finding me.
I'll try a little short here.
About my privacy, yeah. And they always asking questions about my face, can't relate. Fucking caught my own reflection, broke a mirror the other day. Got a lot of bad shit that I'm taking to my grave. Got a fucking day with death on house arrest till trial days. So I grab the red wine on rainy days and then I put
I'm not messing around. I'm gonna get in and out. This price action is just. I feel like it can just kind of bounce from anywhere. So I wanted to do a scalp on that, and I want to basically cut it off at halfway where I think it's going to go, because it's probably going to bounce. Just watching Mars play by himself. He wants to go play with Coda. I'm gonna go let him out with Coda real quick. I'll be right back. I see you, bud. Go outside. Yeah, I see you. Come on. Come on. Go outside. Go outside with your brother.
Farewell, sweet cookie cats. I'll always remember the time we spent together.
Could be looking for another short in here. I'm gonna wait.
Hush now.
Oh wait, only. Oh, my bad. I missed that message. Pretty nasty price action today. We've been seeing a lot of, big moves overnight. But it's like, this is when I'm asleep. Sometimes it's when I should be asleep and I'm awake, but man, look at this profile distribution too. Really, really bottom heavy down here. We got a lot of volume down here. But look at these. I mean, look what's happening. It's overnight. We're getting these big moves, and then during the day, it's just chopping up. And definitely, I think a byproduct of this week. And then this is after the market closes. Here we get a nice big move. Right here, this is all pre-market. So all the moves are happening overnight. And then we're getting left with the shit during normal hours. Look at okay, so yeah, so this is all pre-market, and then look what happens during the New York session, just back and forth. That was Monday, right? This happens pre-market up here, and then we get a little bit of this move, right? We get this move, and then it chops during the New York session. Big move up, and then this is where we dump. All this is pre-market, and then this is where New York session starts. Not bad price action on this day, actually. That is the exception, though. Big move overnight, and then chop, chop, chop. So this week, definitely not. I mean, I've been seeing on social media lots and lots of, oh damn, I missed that short. That's okay. Lots and lots of people doing some big damage to their accounts this week. So if you're finding this week to be extremely difficult to trade, you're not alone. It is a very difficult week to trade. Best thing you can do in environments like this is just make sure you don't do too much damage. You know, control your damage. Brother, ew, what's that? What? This short move right here?
Yo, kid, let me tell you something about this business.
Let's take a look at what we're doing here. I'm going to put a delta profile on all this. I imagine we'll see the same thing, absorption at the bottom. Yeah. Frazi, you're starting to flip to see something bullish here. I would say after this little sweep we just did, I would say it could be a possibility here. So Hogwarts, might be looking a little bullish after this sweep right here. We definitely have absorption down here, so I'm thinking longer term. We might be seeing a potential bounce, especially looking at this daily profile. All of this happening down here, we might be, accumulating for a potential long move out of this. But I don't know if that's going to happen today. This also on the hourly looking less bearish than it was now that we have all of these wicks down here. So this, having a bunch of wicks down here would be the exception, I would say. Like before when I was talking about, I would expect a violent move down to come back up. so that this could like springboard up. This kind of accumulation down here would be an exception to that. You know, instead of seeing that sharp move down, you might see accumulation down here like this. So, starting to open my heart up to potential longs. I think I don't want to enter long just yet, but I'm starting to see that we could be kind of rounding out. Loving the wording that I'm opening my heart. Yeah. Opening my heart up to potential longs. Might be a short scalp right here. I'm gonna give it a shot. It'll be a quick one. Hey, what's up, Brock Martin? Thanks for the follow. Happy Friday. Hope you're having a good one. Time frame. I'm looking at the minute right here, but I usually flip back and forth between the minute and the hourly. You don't use 5-minute candles? I've been using the minutes recently, but normally I'm on the 5-minute all the time. It was mainly just being able to see more detail and structure. I was finding myself kind of getting lost. And 5 minutes good for reducing noise for sure, but it just depends. Like if you're looking for quick scalps, a lot of times the minute can be better than the 5 minute. If you're looking for a longer, like, you know, trade to hold move, then the 5 minute can be better. I think the 5 minute, like if you find yourself kind of getting into trades, like, you know, impulsively a lot, then switching over to the next highest time frame can be helpful. Was hoping we were coming down to this value area low pretty quickly. Looks like we're finding a little bit of support. We might be bouncing from here. So I'll probably just close this up really quickly. Not loving these wicks down here. So for me, sometimes, and like if you look at, so let's look at the 15 minute. The 15 minute, a lot of times can keep you pretty disciplined. Because look, I mean, you might be looking at this and being like, there's really no opportunity in here unless we come up into this area right here. And then even when you're looking at like the 15 minute, right, it will help you have wider stops you know, and then in turn, you know, it makes you trade smaller size. Because in here, let's say that you wanted to take a short in here. You could say, okay, well, I only want to take a short at the midpoint of this gap, right? So then where would your logical stop be? It would be above the gap. So instead of looking for like a 20-point stop or something like that, you're looking for this is now about what, 30 points, 30-point stop. So then you might say, well, then I want to reduce my size because it's going to require a larger stop. So if you're finding yourself getting stopped out quite a bit, if you find yourself being impulsive with trading, moving up to a 5 or 15 minute time frame can help with that. This is some bullshit right here. Look at this. This is nasty. Yeah, Frazzy, it looks like NQ doesn't know either. Look at this. I mean, who knows? Like, this is insane right here. Yeah, Iger, there's quite a bit of noise on the 1 minute. Yeah, 2-3 minute time frame, 5 minute time frame. Those are all better for reducing noise. One thing that the 1 minute is good at identifying is when you have like inducements. You know, when you have these quick movements up and then the opposite direction, it's good for seeing that kind of stuff. Like this is a perfect example right here. This right here. It's good for spotting these. And this right here. And this. And this, right? So this is a 1 minute candle. If you look at this on a 5 minute candle, you'll see the top of this wick. You'll see the open here, but you won't see the definition of, let's just look at it on the 5 minute right there. Is that this one? 11. Yeah, right here. Right here. All you see is this big top wick. So maybe this is cleaner to look at, but you don't get this structure that tells you like, you can infer it based on that wick. You can infer that this is a, manipulative move. But in here, you could be looking at this, and I took this short because we had a new candle opening, and you could see the open of the candle here, whereas here it just kind of went up and then came back down. Here, it's like we came up, we closed, opened a new candle, and immediately it started dropping, and that could be an entry on that new candle. 12.12 or so is a monthly low. Okay, good to know. Thanks, Frazzy. Wait, TradeC uses TradingView for charts and info, but TradingView doesn't support connecting with TradeC to trade on TradingView. Monster, I would just use TradeC, not TradingView. The reason why is because TradeC, it will use TradingView charts, but you'll have faster charts with TradeC. Like if you're using TradingView, the candles will update maybe like 5 times per minute. At least from my understanding with TradeC, you'll get updates. Let's say TradingView is 5 times per minute, or sorry, 5 times per second is what I mean. TradeC might be like 30 times per second. So it's quite a bit faster and more responsive. So I would just use TradeC, don't use TradingView. When it says that, maybe this is what you were trying to get clarification on. When it says that TradeC uses TradingView for charts, so basically what it's saying is like, if you're used to using TradingView, you'll be able to trade on TradeC with no problem. But the difference is that it uses TradingView charts with better data. Like it'll have a real data feed that updates very quickly. Made my eval look pretty teehee. So if the P&L ain't working, my eyes are looking at something nice. I just have to remove the P&L. Monster, do you typically trade without looking at your P&L? I know for some people that can be helpful. I got it. So does TradeC doesn't have like a mobile, like if you try and log into TradeC from your browser, does it not work? Monster, that's the right way to look at it for sure. I gotcha. Okay, cool. Nice. This price action is, well, let's put it this way: when you're even watching it is frustrating, right? Thank you for pointing out. It's called Tracy. Oh yeah. When watching this chart, I feel like I'm watching my girlfriend trying to pick a place to eat. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying there. She can never decide where to go. Oh man, yeah. And then they'll ask you what you want to eat after they don't know what they want to eat, and they'll say, "You pick." I'll be like, "Okay, let's get some cheeseburgers." I don't really feel like a cheeseburger. All right, then you pick. I don't want to pick. It's like that basically every night. For the most part, I find it to be way easier if, I don't know. I mean, if you just, like, usually if I pick a place, if I'm like, oh, I'm really feeling like this, it's usually better than doing the back and forth, what do you feel like eating? Because if I start with what do you feel like eating, usually it's like, oh, I don't know, it's a lot of back and forth. But if I just right off the bat am like, I'm really feeling like this, you can end this discussion immediately. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna have to change this up. These DJs are not doing it for me today. We're gonna listen to some. Oh, YouTube is taking up Spotify. Hang on. Let's see. What are we gonna do here? Play this for now. Then I'll figure out another solution here. I don't think. Oh, you just got access to the Spotify DJ thing, huh? Yeah, I find it to be pretty good. I mean, AI is in everything now. That's funny. What's the weather like out there right now? All right, let's see what we do here. It's looking like we want to break these lows. I will not enter on a breakout. I want to watch and see. Do we like violently shoot up now that it was looking like it wanted to break? I love that AI is getting implemented in a lot of stuff, but companies really don't understand when it's too much. Like, chill out. I know AI is cool, but I don't need it shoved down my throat. Yeah, I don't either. I need to use AI the way I want to use it. I'm definitely going to be excited to see my buddy he's going to do the Mac Mini open claw thing for his business. All right, you're going to vote violent up? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I would bet against that either. Every time let's just look and see. We create a new low here. Push up. New low here, violent push up. Not a new low here, but equal low, push up. New low here, almost new low, push up. New low here, push up. So yeah, I don't think I would bet against that. It's basically every time we create a new low, we have a violent push up. Break under 212. Okay, break under 212 without a violent push up, you lose bet. Okay. Push up on the table. Okay. Right on. Monster, you're voting sideways. All right, Monster. Well, if we hit 212 or we have a violent push up out of this, then you got to do push ups. Oh man. Let's see. This might be the one time when it's not going to do a violent push up because the market likes to be tricky. Let's see. Woo! First time that it's happened all day that it'll break a low and keep moving. Here we go. Yeah, I think it already tapped 2410, right? Yeah, sure did. Okay, copy that. Hold under. Yeah. I think we could get a violent reaction here at 24,200. That's what these levels are. That's what that reaction level is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a potential violent reaction. Boom, look at that. That right there. I mean, that's good data. Okay. Now that we tapped here, we had absorption here. How big was that? 188 contracts right here that we're potentially bouncing off of. I could see us bouncing from here. When am I going to end the stream? I don't know. I could probably end it early today. Looks like we busted through there. I'll probably end it early today. I mean, I'm not anticipating like trying to get crazy with any of this price action right here. Breaking below this 200, I would say, is significant here. Makes me want to go short. I think I'm gonna. Breaking through this level where we bounced off it had absorption, and this also being a key level for me from my sheet, from my data, and then melting through it was strong enough of a signal for me to take this breakout. These breakouts a little different, right? This is different from these because this is a key level that's supposed to have a potential violent reaction because we've had a lot of volume transact here previously, and then having that bounce and then bust through that level was convincing enough for me to take it short. All right, sounds good, Monster. Right on, Frozzy. If we get a retest up here, I might add to my position. Got an ad right there. Looking like we got another leg down coming soon. But I think I don't want it to be off the table for me that we could come back and retest, but it's looking like we're pretty strong. We got some pretty strong sellers in right now. Looking like this could be a potential sweep. Price action today seems fun. Yeah, super fun. Breaking back up above this 200, no good. That was an immediate reclaim up, so it's probably a sweep. I'm probably offsides on this. Yeah, looking like it's potentially building above here, but let's see. If we break back under 200, I'll hold it. Otherwise, if we come break this high, I'll be out. Still looking at risk here. Still looking at risk here. Deeper pullbacks than you would normally anticipate, I think, is what's happening. Maybe not a sweep. We didn't hold. We didn't stay up above here. So might not be a sweep. Might have this short. Might create a new low. But that was a pretty big pullback. I don't think it's out of the woods just yet. Look what we ended up doing out of this range here, you know? Just did that drifting down, which we've been seeing. I love what it's doing here. When I saw it break through this level like that, really I was thinking we were going to do like a small pullback and then we were going to start dumping. That's what it looked like to me. You gotta have a little more. Have a little more patience with these short moves, obviously, today, because these pullbacks are almost guaranteed. I think probably the concerning thing about this move is that it looked like it was going to dump, and I think we're going to continue to go down, but I don't know what the trajectory looks like. It might be like, you know, once we break this low, we come all the way back up here, and then we do like a slow grind down. I don't know, but the trade I wanted to take was I thought this was going to dump, and I think we're going down. It's just not happening as quickly as I was anticipating. Here we go. Took this low out. Now, let's see. Every time we took these lows, we had a violent bounce. Took this low. That was kind of violent. Took this low. Now let's see what happens. Would prefer that this height remains intact. Frazi, 154 is target. Copy that. So check this out. I would love to have like a kind of this setup. Yeah, we took this low. Now we're coming all the way back up. I hate these. I hate the way these moves are playing out right now. I'm gonna break even on this. If it comes back up, I don't want it. Little bratty, you know what? Looks like it wants to squeeze up here. Just create one little baby high right here, potentially. Let's see. I'm going to wait. Yeah, this should take like 2 seconds normally. Hmm. It's coming back down, but it's like it's tough to take advantage of these moves because it messes around so much. Wow. All right, what do you guys think? Is it bouncing from here or is it going back down? All right, I'm retrying. On these moves, might just have to like break even super quick on it. Looks like this wants to pop again. This is going to be one of those where it drives me to my absolute limits. Unless this is a like a real reversal here. Makes it almost impossible to trade this. Feel a little mixed on this. Come on. I still do feel like this is gonna come down. It's just, man, look at how much it's messing around. One thing that would work on this kind of price action is just being really small. I said I was gonna be aggressive with these evals today, and I'm doing that. Today's a bad day to be aggressive with anything. Very frustrating how much back and forth there is before anything happens, because essentially it's not letting me add. I'll add and then it'll go the opposite direction. This might be like my last opportunity to add right here. I'm gonna give it a shot. Now I think I can go break even. It's coming back up. Dump. It's time. So stupid, right? I don't either. I don't know about today. I mean, it's this is whack. Yeah, today's whack. Honestly, I would recommend that. Like, I mean, this is really frustrating trying to trade this. So, like, for you guys out there, if you're finding it frustrating, I would recommend don't even trade this thing. Yeah, I know. I'm in that boat right now, Iger. Jeez. I like can't scalp, can't do anything. Basically, you'll get in a position and then it'll do everything it can in between, shake you out, and then make the move. Now it comes back down, you know. So you might be right. You might be right about the move, but it's so tough to profit off of it. So yeah, I mean, we basically fell out of this range and now we're creating another range here. Frustrating. Looks like it's going to go, looks like we're bouncing. Nah, we're not bouncing. Looks like we're going short. Nah, we're not going short. You know what I mean? Frustrating price action. Chop, 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 chop. Shitty thing is like I do think we could like dump from here. It wouldn't let me have it. Wouldn't let me have it. It'll probably just be more like this coming down. Looks pretty similar, right? We drop. We have a little hill, come back down, then big retracement. Drop, little hill, big retracement. It just, you know, it's going down, but it's shaking everybody out. We actually had, well, here, let me show you the answer here. Best target, 24 to 100. I don't know. I think it's just gonna be swervy if we do get down there. Just, I mean, it's not. Maybe pull back up to here, and then we get a faster move down, and then maybe we repeat. It's like it does that, and then it does this, and then that. How's everybody doing today? I'm guessing you guys are probably getting shaken out like I am. Hopefully not as bad, getting shaken out as bad as I am. I'm getting shaken out pretty bad. Jan, that's smart. I think the move on today is like when you think it's at its strongest, that's when you have to short it. I went short here, pops up. I went short here and caught it. I went short down here, drove all the way back up here, and then I was able to, finally capture this short move. I went short here and caught some of this. Then I went short, breaking through here. And all these trades, well, except for this one, all these trades will, and this one, all these trades will work out, but it just aggressively shakes you out first. Let's see what gold is doing here. Everything's nasty. I got to be honest, guys. I think I'm gonna close it up. I don't like this. I don't like this price action. Getting faked out. I'm not gonna let it ruin my weekend. I would rather not watch it than watch this this chop. Ended up digging into some profits. only traded evals today. Well, sorry, I take that back. I did make some progress on one of my funded accounts. Last night, I got a new funded account and hit max loss last night on it. And then, you know, did some damage on a couple evals. But, you know, as far as the week goes, took out 2 payouts and did well this week, with the exception of today. So I'm not going to be upset with myself. Really tricky price action. I could have been more careful with my entries, waiting for these fake outs, but sometimes you got to get faked out a couple times before you realize what you need to do. And these knee-jerk reaction trades were just not working out. You get shaken out pretty easily. But, you know, if you pay attention to your levels, your entry levels, that's probably the best move, because look at this area and look at this area. You get nice moves. What's your thoughts on NQ on the daily time frame? Could we see a huge drop in the next month? You know, I certainly can't tell the future, but it's looking like we're grinding into this area right now, which was a key support level previously. Let me go to I'm gonna go to the 4 hour. I mean, right now, it's looking like we could potentially take this low, but I don't know. I mean, I think we're just going to have to watch it very closely next week and here, because I would be watching the midpoint down here around 24,140 for a potential bounce up. But for the time being, we got increasing volume going into this area. We could see this low being taken. So over the next few months, it's really tough to say, I would say. Nice, man. I'm glad you got a scalp out of that. I couldn't hold on to shit. Maybe 22,800. Let me see. I think it's going to be tough to call, you know, whether or not we're going to be able to do a straight line. We got so many different factors in play right now. I like trying to plan ahead that far is not like I try and look at the next day and what could potentially happen the next day. So yeah, sorry, Void Z might not be able to answer your question there. We'll just have to watch it, you know. Are you trying to do a long-term play? If I wasn't choosing violence today and I was trading small and adding 2 contracts when I want to add, these trades could have worked out. But because I was going in big, them going against me immediately was, you know, it's too much. Too many shenanigans. Nice reaction there, Frazi, at 154.5. Or I guess this is about 150, but thereabouts. Just looking at levels we could drop to from early 2025. Man. Do you guys see what I'm saying? This is what I wanted. And it didn't allow me to have it. It said you will not have that. Right analysis for the price action, wrong execution on my end. So it's my fault. But like, what is that? 80 points or so. I'm not gonna have FOMO. I mean, I tried to get this. It wouldn't let me have it. I wouldn't let myself have it because I was sizing up too big. That's the key for today. Archangels, you in here? Oh. Anyway, guys, I think I'm going to close it up, Stop looking at this madness. But yeah. Good week with the exception of today. It's all good. I sucked today. The market sucked today. It's all good. But I'll keep you guys posted about Monday. I may or may not be on, just depending on when I get back from Vail. Yeah, thanks, Jan. Appreciate that. Yeah, today was a little nuts, but hopefully you guys survived. We'll survive and trade another day. Wish I wasn't a scalper some days. Short thesis this morning. Just needed more patience. Yeah, Frazi, we're in the same boat, brother. So let's come back next week strong. Let's kill it. You guys enjoy your weekend. And don't let this market bring you down. We'll get it next week, y'all. Peace out.